A run on the boat hands. It was great up running around, but today was a tad damp, but it's still lovely to be here in a great city, and thank you all for being assembled here. I just would like to acknowledge two new faces, but I'm about to say permanent, Mark, which I don't know if I can quite commit you to permanent, but earlier in the year, some of us, Tori, you were with me at that stage, met with Mark Maloney and Laura Cannon. And I want to wave your hands, guys, from the OAG. And we had a discussion about the relationship between the office and Wellington City. And there was a strong invitation from us as the city to say, as the capital city, it would be tremendous to have a greater presence, not only of Karen, our auditor from Audit New Zealand, but also the Office of the Auditor General. And Mark is the Assistant Auditor General Local Government, dare I say it, our dear Andrea Reeves' successor. And Laura is on his team. And most of us should remember Laura for her brilliant session with us previously on some of the OAG information. So I'm glad to say that these two have got a level of commitment to being with us as possible at our meetings. And Mark and Laura, I do welcome that, and thank you for the officer's general commitment to Wellington, let alone the fact that you're here today. And we'll hear from Mark and Laura a wee bit later. Mark has some very good information to talk to us about in terms of the LTP, and obviously also, along with Karen, are here for when in PX we deal with the draft annual report. So welcome you guys, it's great to have you here, and we'll keep those seats down there with your names on it for the next meeting as well, because it's great. So tremendous to have you here. So with that, we've got lots of other people here, so thank you all for being here, but I think it would be good if we were to start with the karakia. So I'd invite you to join me, please, in saying the opening karakia. Whakataka te ho ki te uru, whakataka te ho ki te tonga, kia ma kina kina ki uta, kia ma taratara ki tai, e he ake ana te atakura, e tio, he huka, he hohu, ti he Māori ora. Thank you very much. That's great. Apologies. We look like.
Yeah, fine with partial absence.
Okay, Tori, fine. Leave us at some. What stage are you away? About 10:30. Okay. Oh, I won't promise to be finished by 10:30, Tori, and you know that I won't be finished by 10:30. So we've got too good an agenda to be finished by 10:30. But that's superb. Any other folk are able to otherwise stay with us? Good. Oh, Iona.
Thanks. Look, we've got a big agenda, and it's obviously very important. But we've just also got a workshop this afternoon on levels of service. Have you been told about that? And saying that we do have a short meeting tomorrow, so we could put it on. But it would be good if there was a bit of a break between the two.
Yes. What time's that?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock?
3 o'clock.
I
Yeah.
have a commitment at 3 as well. Another meeting at 3.
Okay. Can we finish by 2?
So there we go. I know we've got mutual interest about here. Yes, Wendy. I need a meeting at 2, radio. Okay, so we go. So when 1:30. Well, that depends if you behave, John. Then I'll, Well, okay. Look, that's good. Thank you for that advice, Iona. And I will just move from the chair that we note the partial presence, but also absence of Tori later on at 10:30. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Iona. Put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Those again.
Sorry.
This is the only committee I'm on where I have to use. I also have trouble remembering what is the voting device that we have here. But anyway, there we go. Somebody called it a voting remote. Is that what you told me last time? Sorry. Right. Automatically, I'm held back. That's no problems. Can we move to matters of interest? Are there any matters on the agenda that your interests should be noted for? Being none, that's great. Can we just move to the minutes of our meeting held on the 16th of August? I'll move from the chair that they are accepted as a accurate record of that meeting. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ray. Are there any matters of accuracy or correctness that you need to raise with those? There being none, I'd ask you to take your remote and vote, please. You going to vote, Tori? You see, you're struggling like I am with this machine. There we go. Okay, that's right. It's carried. That's great. Thank you very much. There are no matters raised that are not on the agenda, so that's tremendous, and I haven't been informed of any public participation. So we can now move into the main part of general business. And first up, we've got a couple of key reports. So Richard, if I could invite you and your guests to the table. If we can just make room, I don't know how many are coming, but if we could just get our guests up here as well, that would be helpful too, please.
Kia ora koutou. We have two reports, both connected by the speed management review. The first is the benefit cost ratio calculation, which Carolyn Van Leuven was contracted to write for the council. And the second is a report by Info by Design into the privacy breach, which Paul Holmes wrote. He'll be coming up second. So we thought we'd treat the BCR ratio paper first. Carolyn can talk to that and then answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Carolyn, welcome to the meeting.
Kia ora,
I'd be
thank
very
you.
keen to hear the salient points out of your report. Thank you.
Yeah. So do you want me to just introduce myself first? Because I know a few of you, but not all of you. So, kia ora koutou. Tēnā koutou, ko Carolyn Van Leuven tōku ingoa, ko te Aotearoa o te waka Māui ko Ngāti Ruanui iwi. I'm a independent consultant. I've got a range of governance hats around the motu, including a couple related to to council here. So I'm on the Toi Mahana board with a couple of you here, and also on the Te Matapihi project board. And I do quite a lot of consulting work, particularly sort of assurance type reviews, mostly for the Treasury. But it was great to be invited to do this piece of work for council. So thank you for that. You've got my paper, so I'll take it as read. But I guess just maybe a couple of comments to introduce before you ask any questions. Sorry, I should have said when I introduced myself. So my background is I'm a lawyer. I was a partner in a major commercial firm before I moved to the public service. Had a range of roles, including working on infrastructure, energy policy, 4.5 years in DPMC, and a couple of deputy chief executive roles in big agencies. So that's my background. My methodology in doing this review, I reviewed a bunch of material which was kindly collated by some of the team, and then interviewed a range of people, and then following that came up with the report and some conclusions. One thing that I would say is, so I think here it was really a catalogue of different things that contributed to the review. So human error and a sort of a Swiss cheese, as I've described it in the report, of issues, including differences around the way crash data is treated by Waka Kotahi and the Ministry of Transport. There's not really a formal framework or a community of practice for cost-benefit analysis in council. There wasn't perhaps the degree of scepticism that you would like to see when carrying out work on a contentious area of policy like this. A range of key staff members left the organisation during the course of the work. The peer review process, so great that a peer review process was there, but unfortunately it wasn't managed very well by council or by the peer reviewer, and there were no updates to that peer review when quite a bit of time had passed, and there was an acknowledgement or an understanding from both sides that some of the information hadn't been reviewed as part of that. And actually, the error was quite a difficult one to spot, which is demonstrated by it not being spotted until until quite late in the piece when the review was already out, the consultation paper was already out. One thing I would say about cost-benefit analysis is it's a really good thing to do. So I think that's really important to say. It's really important, particularly in contentious areas, but in any big policy decisions, I would expect to see some good analysis underpinning decisions. So that's a really positive thing, and I don't want to detract from that. The thing that I would say, though, is that there are different forms of analysis that can be done, and cost-benefit analysis doesn't always... It's difficult to quantify some of the considerations, and so that's a limitation with it. And whatever type of analysis you do, it's really important to not treat it as gospel. So particularly when there's such a range of considerations that are taken into account and could be taken into account, if you can look at the analysis as something that supports your decision, but there are other factors as well, and there's a danger in treating a number as a gospel number. So I guess that's probably one thing that I would like to just say first up, but really open to any pātai.
Thank you, Carolyn. Appreciate that. Just before I take your call, Iona, I just want to check, Richard, that actually what has management's response been to these recommendations in this report, please?
We've accepted all the recommendations. The next step is to work with the business units to implement, and we will track the recommendations back to this committee.
So there's no, I'm just really wanting to just check, there's no contention about Carolyn's recommendations. They're accepted as making good sense. Okay, fine. Iona, you've got a question.
Thank you, Carolyn. I was the chair of the committee at the time, and this was my paper, so I do have some background here. The first question I just wanted to ask was, one of my colleagues said they'd spoken to someone in Treasury, and even they would have found it difficult to spot the error. Would you agree with that, if they had been able to open up those spreadsheets, and would they have been able to find it?
I've had mixed responses to that when I spoke to people about this. So obviously the error was spotted, so it was possible to spot it. Yeah. But having said that, there were a number of people who knew what they were doing, who saw the report and saw the analysis before the error was spotted, and so yes, I did. It was a difficult to spot error. Yeah,
because they're competent people involved.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other question I just had, it's good that Liam's here, is I have great problems with the BCR, which is why I did not actually give it very much weight at all. Would you concede also that it's very value heavy and sometimes ideologically weighted? So, for example, Waka Kotahi wouldn't take climate change into account, still doesn't, I don't think, in the BCR. So you don't look at the costs of causing climate change when you do these analyses.
Well, I mean, you choose what you look at, and that has an impact on what the number is that it spits out. And
so it's not objective then. Someone chooses what is relevant.
You can choose what factors to include, and you can choose what weighting you give them as well. So, for example, the value of time is something that is really hard to, the value of time if you're a minute late for your flight is the value of time for somebody who is driving an ambulance heading to collect somebody who's having a heart attack, the value of time for somebody who's going to meet a friend at a playground. It's really hard to objectively value a number of the factors that are involved, but there are figures that have been developed that provide a balance to that. But certainly you can get a different outcome depending on what factors you include.
Thank you, Iona. So look, I've got Ray, Tony, and then Sarah. Ray, your call.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. You've sort of answered part of my question just now by talking about the parameters that we actually use to calculate the BCR. So, of course, those are very, very important because, of course, if you're using something that has a different interpretation, then you're going to get a different figure, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yep. So I think that what you're saying about the importance of the BCR is that I think that many people actually think that as being the most important thing in making any decision. So because what we're looking for is we're looking for value for whatever we do. So whatever we're spending money on, whatever function we take out, we want to get value for it. So I think just by the name of it, it is actually puts it as a critical element in making decisions. So would you agree with that?
I think it's a familiar framework. It's trusted. It's well developed. It's used and recognised as being a good framework to use and to support decision making. But I think, as I said at the beginning, it's really important to recognise that it's not going to cover. Particularly in situations like this, it's not going to cover off all of the considerations that you'll want to take into account. And so to use it as the only decision-making criteria in a situation like this is risky.
Thank you, Ray. Tony.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Just want to understand, in terms of what you found, was there any particular concern with the way the BCR for the speed management was actually put together in terms of its integrity and the factors that were used?
No, not at all. It was widely acknowledged as being high quality analysis. So, and I think that's reflected in the report.
For sure.
So yeah, no, it was well structured, easy to follow, perfectly legitimate. It's just unfortunately it had an error in it.
Yeah. Well, as someone who's actually been through it, of course, I would agree with you. That's what I found too. And when you say the error was difficult to spot, you're saying that in the sense that it wasn't spotted, as opposed to the effort it would take to go and find that what the error was.
I think so. What I heard was that if you weren't specifically looking for it, it was difficult to spot. So I know you found it.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
Yeah, because it wasn't hard to find. It was just difficult.
If you knew what you were looking for.
It was difficult to question that number might be wrong.
Yeah, if you didn't have.
If you weren't sceptical or something,
Yeah. So
is that right? I mean, it's like a.
Yeah, I think that's right. But I did hear from a number of people who were experienced in this kind of thing that they hadn't or wouldn't have found it. So it's I don't think it was just a straightforward thing that was there in flashing lights that should have been spotted earlier because a number of people didn't. That's
okay. And my last question, sorry. You've got some recommendations around re-looking at the use of BCRs inside the City Council. What is it in this report? What is it in finding this error that means that you question the use of BCRs in total?
I don't think it's that I question the use of BCRs at all. I think BCRs and cost-benefit analysis more broadly is a good thing to do, and I think multi-criteria analysis is a good thing to do. It's really around how you do it and how you back the analysis and the work up to ensure that there's a much lower chance of an error occurring in it, and that you don't use it as the sole consideration.
Yep. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tony. Sarah.
Thank you. It's good that we've looked into this, and I have to say that some councillors did have a high degree of scepticism about this. But anyway, that might have been only some of us. But the framework for the cost-benefit analysis, and you've said we should develop a framework around who can do cost-benefit analysis. What did you mean by that?
I guess I meant by that it's important that whoever's doing cost-benefit analysis knows what they're doing. Otherwise, you'll base your decisions on yeah.
Okay, so
something
you're
is
saying
secure.
people who are skilled in that
People
sort of
who are
work.
skilled in it, and I guess it's not like you get a degree in cost benefit analysis or a particular qualification in cost benefit analysis. So it's experience, and also and having the backup from others who've got experience. So you'll find in a number of organisations where there is a sort of a cost benefit analysis community of practice that they've got peers to bounce it off, or they've done a lot of this type of work. So in this case, I would say that the person who did carry out the cost benefit analysis was experienced in it and did do a good job of it, apart from the error. But because they were sort of the only person, and there wasn't really the sort of the internal community of practice, and it hadn't. I guess that's why the peer review was done. But the more, the clearer you can be, just to make sure that the person doing it has the experience and that they've got the support network around them, the better the quality of the analysis will be.
Okay, thank you for that. The other thing is about the privacy breach. Now,
So
Can I
I think
check?
that's
We
another.
haven't dealt that yet, Sarah.
okay, but it's down here in privacy review. Okay.
The next item, we're going to hear from the author of the privacy review. If you can hold your
I'll
answer
hold
to
my
that
question
that'd be
until
great.
then.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you.
Wendy. Can you use the microphone, please, Wendy?
Still getting still to the trade.
To see somebody
clearly.
else is technologically challenged like me.
No, just how long I've been doing it, I think, Bruce. Thank you, Carolyn. It's a very good report, so it was good
Thank you.
to sort of understand the what and why and sort of your thoughts on the path forward. I was particularly looking at the same framework for how the council might look at thinking about the use of cost-benefit analysis. And keen to get your perspectives on the recommendation 3 on use of an external consultants, and particularly your comments here about protection for error if errors are made and perceived conflicts of interest. I just would quite like to understand your point of view on that. It wasn't entirely clear from reading the report as to why, where you saw the benefits, if you like, of the external consultants.
I guess, well, there's a few. I guess there's the 3 benefits that I've spelt out. So the credibility point is around just making sure that you've got somebody who's known in the market to do this type of work and experienced at it. The conflict of interest, I guess, is if you've got somebody doing the analysis who then is implements the decision following the analysis, there is a bit of a potential conflict of interest there. I don't. Or it can be perceived that way. So that's why I've said perceived as opposed to a real conflict
I
of
was just
interest.
trying to understand
And
the
then the
nature of the
protection if
conflict.
an error is made, I guess, is just around. So when you've got a contentious area like this, where I guess the organisation's reputation is potentially on the line, if an error is made in the analysis like it has been, then that has a hit on the reputation of the organisation in terms of its own analysis and its own decision making. Whereas if you've got somebody external who's done it, then I guess it just gives you that buffer layer. So you can say, well, you can get a different person to do the next iteration. It's not the council organisation that has to then build back up its credibility again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I think the unpicking the conflict there would be something to consider for management as it's thinking about the recommendations.
Yeah, sorry, and one more thing just to say on that Rec 3. So I did consider just, Rec 1, which is around cost benefit analysis specifically, I talked about thresholds for outsourcing. But the Rec 3 I thought was important to cover as well, because a lot of what I heard was applicable to wider support material for decision making, not just CBA. So that's why I thought it was useful to spell that out separately.
Probably just one quick
that's fine,
follow-up, if I may. Just on the protection for the error, and this is possibly more for management, and maybe, Carolyn, your points of view on this, but there would be a level of making sure what you're contracting for and contract managing it well, so that
Absolutely.
So I sort of see the accountability still lying quite clearly with the contracting party. So that was why I was wanting to understand why the protection comes if it's been well managed, if you like, and the person being contracted to do it has been given all the information they need. So it was just making sure those points are considered as it's gone forward. So yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely right. That point about ensuring that you want to ensure that you contract the right person, and that their contract is well managed, which is what I guess Rec 4 is about.
Yep.
And that works both ways.
Yeah.
So.
Right, thank you.
Thank you there, Wendy. And if I've picked it up correctly, that your perceived conflict of interest one just reflects and reinforces the importance from a staff and internal perspective and protection, let alone conflicts of interest, which is often thought about at a governance level, which is good.
Yeah.
Tony, you've got a final question?
Thanks, and this is to Richard, if that's okay. In accepting these recommendations, are you comfortable with the effort and timeframes that are going to be needed to deliver on them?
Maybe I can jump in and answer that, Councillor. I think looking at the recommendation 1 by December, that may be challenging given the workload that we've got with LTP, etc. But probably the rest of them are fine.
Are there any matters for your LTP process where you might be using CBA?
I don't think there's anything that immediately springs to mind, but is Baz in the room?
Sorry, Baz. All I'm thinking of here, and sorry, no, it was a rather quick question, Baz, was we've got a set of recommendations. Richard said that management have accepted them, which I think probably we're heading towards saying is a sound idea. And Tony's question was about the time. Can we deliver on the timelines that Carolyn has recommended there? And Stephen, you were saying perhaps a tad stretched for the December deadline. All I'm wanting to reflect is that doesn't mean to say though that we're not making decisions, and actually we might want to be wanting to use CBA or BCR in the interim. And I'm just wondering, what's the protection that we don't repeat the error?
Can I take that? Test that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy for it to be on that basis, Baz. I mean, it's the old story. We've found an error. We need to own up to it, but we're still making decisions. So how do we, how are we not falling into not Carolyn's trap, but the trap you've identified? This is the key thing.
Perhaps if I can respond to that, I think bearing in mind the recommendations, we'd definitely have an eye out for the learnings that have come to the table out of that review, so that we would not be repeating those mistakes. But a number of these recommendations around systematic approaches and processes and systems which will take longer to deal with, but we obviously wouldn't turn a blind eye to the findings of this report in any BCR kind of issues that were on the table in front of us. But in respect to the LTP, I'm not sure that there's any specific BCR kind of initiatives that would be dependent on the LTP.
Look, that's fine. I think essentially we've had a warning shot, more than a warning shot across our bows. We just need to be aware that where that sits, so that's great. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you, Carolyn. We're going to come back to the staff recommendations, which would deal with obviously your report, but I think we'll hear from, I think it's Paul on the privacy report first before we return to the staff paper. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks for having me along today. Paul Holmes, Managing Director of Info by Design, and here to talk about obviously the independent review we did into the privacy breach. So by way of background, I've been the Managing Director of Info by Design for 7 years now. Prior to that, spent 4.5 years fixing privacy for ACC after they had their breach in 2012, for any of you who remember that hitting the paper in a spectacular way. And have worked with a number of organisations in central and local government, as well as the private sector, around breaches, including recently Earthquake Commission, the Reserve Bank, and a number of others. So have lots of experience in this. I think overall, in terms of the impact of the breach that happened, I think you got off a little bit lightly and lucky in terms of, the level of information and the level of identifiability of the information wasn't as bad as it could have been in that sense. And so I'll just talk briefly to the, the key points of the review and then open it up for questions. So we completed the review across the July to September period, and interviewing a number of council personnel as well as reviewing a range of relevant documentation. Just want to make special acknowledgement and thanks to Elizabeth Steele and Gareth Hancock for their support through the review, as well as to all of the other council personnel that we did speak to through the review process, because they were open, honest, and constructive in the review process. So that definitely made our job a lot easier. So just wanted to record our acknowledgement to them. And really the scope of the review was around the privacy matters. So obviously the report that we've just talked to has covered some of the details around the BCR and the purpose around there. In terms of our review and the key observations that we've made, I guess they fall into kind of three main categories. So one is around the established policies and processes within council for managing and handling large data sets. So from a privacy perspective in relation to that, I guess it creates risk in terms of there's a potential for over-collection of information or inappropriate use or management of personal information when you are handling these large data sets. And within the council environment, the data sets that you're handling and the data that you have access to is only ever increasing. So really important to get some of the steps and processes in there. And in this particular case, the raw data that contained personal information that was within the tabs in the BCR spreadsheet wasn't actually required for any of the analysis, so should have been cleansed or purged prior to that analysis happening, because you didn't need the free text fields for the purposes there. In terms of the Lagoima process around the actual release of the spreadsheet to Councillor Randall and therefore the actual breach occurring, I guess what we've seen there is that there's a need to make sure that the privacy practices around the Lagoima process are really tight and in place. I guess in the areas that we think need to be improved there is around greater ownership and oversight by senior management of Lagoima releases, particularly where there could be personal information contained within them, and a clarification of roles and responsibilities associated with that, because there were multiple people involved in the Lagoima release, but it wasn't clear who was responsible for what and what roles people should have played. Also, one of the other factors around this particular release was it was not council data in terms of the source raw data. So looking at the consultation processes with other agencies or other sources of information when you are releasing information that was not council generated is important. And looking at those internal controls around the release process to make sure that the checks and balances are there and being done effectively to pick up the potential for this, particularly when you're dealing with something like a spreadsheet, which is complex and hard to review. And then the third, I guess, area of our recommendations is around the council's overall privacy maturity. And as I said, we work with a large number of organisations across the public and private sector, including a number of other local government organisations. Our assessment is that the current maturity of privacy management within council is low and needs improvement. And the key areas that really need focusing there is looking at the resource model. So at the moment, you handle a very wide range of personal information around, Wellington residents and visitors and others, and the level of resource there to make sure that the privacy practices and controls are in place appropriately is not sufficient, from our opinion, to enable you to manage that effectively. And a structured program of work is required once you have the resources in place to then uplift and build that capability and maturity around your policies and processes, as well as your internal staff knowledge and awareness of it. And so I guess we would recommend that the focus needs to be placed on understanding and ensuring compliance in the near term, but building that capability and maturity in the longer term as well. So again, just want to thank everyone who was involved in the review process and acknowledge them and open it up to any questions that you may have.
Thank you for that, Paul. Again, I'd just like to ask you my question, please. Richard, again, suite of recommendations, and thank you for the summary of the three broad areas, Paul. Again, I'm making an assumption that management's coming to us with an acceptance of these with a view that they take action on them. Richard.
Absolutely, Chair. We've considered the recommendations. We think they're doable in totality across the three areas. I mean, the resourcing is the constraint. How much resource do we need to implement the other parts of the recommendations to lift maturity? As Paul says, at the moment we're fighting fires rather than lifting awareness. So we've accepted them all. We have a big hui tomorrow with the legal, the strategic planning and information management teams to get this going.
Brilliant. Thank you, Richard. So look, I think I've seen Sarah then Tony's hand. Did I see anybody else wanting to rate? Wendy. Okay, Sarah, thank you for waiting.
Sorry. Thank you for being here to answer the questions. I'm interested in the fact that this was actually information that came to us from an external provider. Is there any recommendations that go back the other way as to how much information they do provide?
Not in this case. In this case, there was an agreement in place between Council and Waka Kotahi around access to the crash analysis system. The crash analysis system is something that Waka Kotahi provide to a wide range of organisations, including local government, researchers, etc., with a lot of information in there because it may be needed for studies around, traffic accidents, etc. That agreement between Council and Waka Kotahi placed obligations on Council around only appropriate use of the information, consultation with Waka Kotahi if there was any need to release or publish the information, etc., which wasn't really followed through and managed appropriately. So it took a while, I think, after the review happened for the agreement to be unearthed and the details to come through. So I think that's, and so we make a comment in the report or a recommendation around looking at those information sharing agreements as well, and making sure that for all of those agreements that Council do have in place, that they understand what the obligations are and are managing within accordance to those.
Thank you, that's helpful. I mean, is there any merit in Council routinely asking the providers of such information where what fields any sensitive information might be contained in, so that you get a bit of a heads up and can inspect that first?
Yep. Yes, and I think in terms of the CAS system, again, because I haven't looked at any others, so I can only talk to the CAS system. I think that was quite clearly articulated for Council, should Council have been aware of it. And the system, in the way that it's designed from Waka Kotahi, also allows you to select some information or all information, and in this instance the query was defined as all information when that wasn't required, so that was an error that was made.
So there's some learnings there. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Tony.
Yes. In your interviews, did you manage to interview the person who actually retrieved the data?
No, they were no longer employed by the Council.
Okay. And I note that the likely explanation is that the person just clicked retrieve all the fields.
Yep.
So it's like a one-click, give me everything.
Give me everything, and then didn't cleanse out the stuff that was erroneous.
Right, as opposed to I want these things specifically.
Absolutely.
I guess another question, and there was nothing really in the fields that would say this has got personal information, literally in it, in the sense that, like, there wasn't a name. They didn't retrieve people's names, for example, or addresses, did they?
There were free text fields in the spreadsheet that included commentary, primarily from attending police officers to the crash, which included specific names and. In some instances, phone numbers or driver's license numbers, etc. So, and the problem with it being a spreadsheet with so many tabs and rows was it was a free text field, one column, and I think it was column 112 or something out of 137. So, that's the risk with downloading these large data sets and managing them in that way.
And there was about 80 of those over 1,000 rows that had something in there?
There was about 1,000 rows that had some level of personal information in them, but it might have been just Paul. So there was 80 where it was identifiable and likely to be causing some level of harm or distress to the individual. But then we refined those down based on things like where it was talking about someone's blood, alcohol level in terms of their breath test and the rate that it was, but that was already a matter of public record in terms of it would have gone through the court process. So.
Okay. The thing is, I guess I'm a bit confused in terms of NZ. There's no recommendations to ask NZTA to improve either their system or training, because obviously if you've got a system that says give me everything, you would think there would be an alert that would say, hey, you're going to retrieve some personal data. There's nothing in there? Is that a reason for that?
No, because the agreement that the Council entered into put that obligation squarely on the Council to only use it for appropriate purposes and to ensure that users were appropriately trained and aware of how to use the system. So it's widely used by a wide range of organisations, and part of the onboarding process or agreement to get access to it is to go through that training and that sort of thing. And I think it was just between the time that it was first accessed and the time when this query was written or run, possibly that had been lost.
Okay. As part of that training, does NZTA provide trainees with a list of the fields that have personal data or may have personal data in them?
They don't, but they don't provide details on those fields. But again, the individuals have the ability to look in the system and identify what they actually need in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Tony. Wendy.
Thank you. This is possibly more for Richard and Hui. I was just looking at the longer-term build on the privacy maturity and the comment you made about these things take time and there's resource for all of these, both these reports. Probably just more encouraging you to, given there is a pretty good network of privacy officials around town, a very well-established government privacy maturity framework, and an organisation, central, not so familiar with some of the local government ones that have put in place programs to build maturity. So how the council thinks about leveraging existing knowledge and practice and building something that's fit for purpose here would be something worth looking into.
Thank you, Wendy. We've also been approached by some of the firms as well who've read the report from this committee and are interested in helping.
Yep. I was just thinking about the free resource too.
Richard, I just wanted to ask one question, and perhaps it's just really a follow-through from what Tony and Sarah have asked, which is when I first heard about this issue, Paul, I did think about the Waka Kotahi connection. Would we have any reason, would we be doing any formal discussion with them about what we've experienced using their contract? So I'm not trying to avoid our responsibility, Paul, but actually I quite like your idea, Tony. If you are saying download everything, it would be quite good for there to be a control that they could consider, and perhaps it would be something that would be useful in the public's sort of sector-spirited mindedness to inform them that there are some risks, because clearly one of the things here is staff change, keeping up the training. Clearly, part of your maturity continue, we need to pick up on it. I just wonder whether there was a chance for a Waka Kotahi connection there, even though we're not gunning for them or anything like that. We're just recognising that some challenges.
Absolutely, really open to that idea, and we'll bring it up at the Hui tomorrow as to how we can do it.
That'll be great. No, superb. Sarah, you've had a chance to questions.
I mean, even if it were just something like those columns are red at the top,
Thank you. We can take that on advice. Thank you, Richard. That will follow. Are there other questions folk like to raise about Paul's report? Thank you, Paul. That's tremendous.
Thank you very much.
I do appreciate the directness of actually you and Carolyn in talking to us. It is a bit of a pill to swallow, but better we see it and act on it. So thank you for your time and your report today. That's great. So Richard, you want to now move to your report and recommendations. Anything you want to add to your report before I seek a mover and a seconder?
Nothing further, thank you.
Do I have a mover and a seconder for the motion, which is that we receive the report and that we, sorry, I'm just trying to find the recommendation. And we note the recommendations from both the reviews with the fact that, as you already said, Richard, they will be tracked. Firstly, you are accepting them. They will be tracked, and this committee has a responsibility to follow through that they're implemented. Do I have a mover? Thank you, Ray. And do I have a seconder? Thank you. Do I have any discussion on the motion? Tony? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Good process, Ray. Who'd like to speak to the motion, please?
No, I think that I've gone through the recommendations, and I think that they're all very, very sound, and that's why I'd like to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony? Okay, yes, I'll come back to you, Ina.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment to this report. It's a pretty simple amendment, and it's really just in terms of the recommendations to have the actual recommendations listed under the section that the officers are recommending the following motion. I just find that the recommendations in the reviews to be tracked and reported back is actually quite unsatisfactory. The recommendations that have been put from two different reports are scattered through the reports. The recommendations on the speed management error are on pages 25, 32, 33 and 34, and the recommendations on the privacy breach are on pages 68 to 72. And I really think that for clarity of the public and clarity actually of councillors, that we should actually have them in one place, and then we can actually see in one place that we have what we're recommending. And, so it's very, very clear, and that officers can then report and record on that in that way. And it's really just more of a clarity thing. And so for that reason, if it's okay with you, I would also like to speak again on the substantive motion. Can I speak twice? I know, but I was wanting. I know, but I also want to speak to the overall rest of the report. Okay. Well, I was speaking to the rest of the report. On the BCI era, I thank Karen and for all the work she's done. First of all, I must say that the BCR era actually highlights the value of the BCR tool. It showed, if it was done initially, that in fact the time disbenefits from it did not outweigh the safety benefits, and that was an important flag. And in fact, that was reflected in the public's instinctive view of this. I note that it's reported that the public did not believe, and I did not believe, that the speed that our roads were fundamentally unsafe across the whole city, which was what's implied in terms of the speed management plan that was proposed. And for that reason, 90% of the submissions were against it, despite the apparent positive BCR that was put forward. Finding that the BCR was actually only positive due to an error actually reinforces the fact that we need to understand in a quantitative way what we're doing to the city when we're making these plans. I'm actually concerned that the other councils, and notably the larger ones, are making major speed management changes and not understanding the time impact on their own citizens. And so I think it has put speed management and road safety into the right context, and I hope that when councillors come back to us, they'll come back to us with a more measured and targeted solution rather than a broad solution. So for me, questioning the use of BCRs, I think that's a very useful tool and should be used where it's applicable. I also question the point about it being difficult to spot. I mean, officers do make errors, but the fundamental put together the BCR tool was a good tool. I mean, the council has some expertise in this area, and they've used it frequently, and it's substantive, and it helps support all of the projects we do, all the big ones. I think though that there was some significant confirmation bias in this, and this is why they didn't skeptically look at these key figures. They didn't go back because it literally took me 4 minutes to find the error, and it's because I questioned that number. I didn't think that it actually. I think it was questionable, as the public did, and we found it was an error. So the most important recommendations are really around recommendations 4 and 5 for me. To a certain extent, recommendation 3, we actually did this. We did hire an independent consultant to review the thing, and that didn't work. But I take the point from the consultants that we didn't get the consultants' full report. We didn't provide them with the full set of information, and we didn't also instruct the consultant to be sceptical. Enough. And I think that's some of the learnings that hopefully will go into the framework. I also support recommendation 6, which is around, being prepared to release this information. With respect to the, sorry, taking this time. With respect to the privacy report, again, this error came about by a quick single mistake by an individual who clicked, give me all the fields, and then forgot to redact the fields that weren't appropriate, and it wasn't found because it's actually very difficult to find this error. I think a better procedure would be retrieve the field you want, and I support the consultant's recommendation around that. But that said, these mistakes do happen. I personally feel the NZTA has a stronger responsibility in providing clearer information on what information that they are providing that is subject to, it does hold private information. even if you just had a star on the field name that says this is deemed by NZTA as private information, that alone would mean that you could find it. Because the problem with this error is you had to look inside all of the rows of the field. You should be able to look along the top and see what, is there a name? Is there, it should be obvious from, without having to search every single item of these large data sets, where the information contains it. So I think that the City Council has been a little too hard on itself. I actually doubt that any council where an officer had made this error would find this error. And I don't think that City Council is especially bad in its, I think it's punishing itself a bit too hard in this area. It is an area, though, I absolutely respect that we've got to treat it seriously, and I do think the resourcing around privacy needs to be supported. But I do think NZTA is being in the centre of this, and it's their information. They've got to be clearer about how this information is to be treated. Overall, I thank everybody, officers and everyone who's helped support both of these reports, and then I'll stop and leave my motion on the table.
I'd just like to... Sorry, can I ask? Sorry, please. I'd like to ask to control the meeting. I have an amendment moved by Tony. Do I have a seconder? I have got a proposal. I know I've got a proposal for an amendment. I'm seeking. Do I have a seconder? You've moved a substantive motion. I don't think you could do it. Is there a mover? Oh, you're not committing it. So there is. It fails because I don't have a seconder. Oh. Okay, look, I'm sorry, I haven't got a seconder. I am going to move to the substantive motion, which is that we receive the information, we note the recommendations of both reviews, which will be tracked by this committee and be reported back to us. Could you take your remotes, please? Oh, yeah, right of reply. Sorry. Can I be honest? I'm happy to have the debate, but I think I'm also conscious of time. I would like to keep us moving on. But you've seconded, so I'm quite comfortable.
I will be brief, I promise. Look, I'd just like to thank the reviewers and Councillor Randall for their work on this. I think it's obviously showed that there are some issues with the way we did some pieces of work, and I think it's right that we are held to account and that we learn from it and that we track it. I'm sorry that that amendment didn't get a seconder, but I'm sure we can fix it, because I think it is important to just be really clear about what the work is required to do. And just my second point is, look, I am very concerned about the use of BCR in transport projects. I've had long history of criticising them, actually, because they are used to justify many problematic reports, including projects which have caused climate change directly. And I think the reviewers' comments about, you can choose what factors to consider is one of the reasons why I don't like them. They, if they're not an objective measure, they really shouldn't be used. And I think when we, as decision makers, I can't speak for myself, but I think we did look at a variety of factors when we made that decision. And I was comfortable with the move of the paper and the chair that those factors, we'd set a number of objectives, was meeting that. And so the BCR was, for me, not so relevant. But I think it's been a useful exercise to go through. And like I say, Councillor Randall, we need to be held to account. We're a big organisation. But these were competent people involved, and, mistakes will happen. And we will do better from here on. Kia ora.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Ray? I think you've got the right of reply. Right. The motion is there. Can you please take your remotes and vote? Sorry, did you want? Sorry, Ray, I gave you time. I'm looking to keep things moving, and we'd agreed that you could speak, but it didn't seem like you wanted to.
Okay, I agree with the recommendations here, but I also agree that, and I can understand exactly why the recommendations are after each section, and so why they're actually put in that manner. But I also agree with Councillor Randall's motion, that if they're all summarised, it actually makes it easier for someone to actually look at all the recommendations, say, okay, these are all the changes, but what they have to do then is they have to go back to the original motion to look at, okay, what is that actually replying to? So I think that there are merits in both ways of doing it. So, I mean, it is. People like some people look at things differently. They look at things and they look at the problem, they look at the issues, and then they want to see what the council recommendations are on that particular subject at that time. But others, they like to look at all the recommendations in its entirety to say that, okay, where does council actually sit on these things? Where do council officers sit? So there is merit in both of these. I would actually like to see, maybe both ways. Maybe we can have a summary as well with all the recommendations. But I'm not sure about what the procedure is to actually do this.
Look, can I say I'm not going to reopen a failed amendment, and it's not that I'm wanting to put a bad name against it, but I asked for a seconder. I did not get a seconder, and I am, as chair, choosing to move on. But given you reopened that, Ray, I would just like some short advice from management first before I put the substantive motion which is in front of us. Steve?
Yes, I think there may be, excuse me, some confusion because in the BCR report, for example, all of the recommendations are summarised together right at the beginning of the report. So I think there's absolute clarity there. And what I would say is that normally in any of these audit kind of reports that we do not bring all the recommendations up into our key recommendation. It's plain for everybody to see. We report back against it. There's clear transparency in the way we do that, and the recommendations as have been moved and seconded provide for that.
Right, I'd ask you please to take your remotes and vote. The motion, please, that we receive and that we note the recommendations, and they'll be tracked and reported back through this committee, please. Thank you, and Tori's obviously absent. Thank you for that, the motion is carried. Tony, thank you for raising your concerns about the motion. I think we're well aware that we have received two very substantive reports which are suggesting that we need to look internally in two key matters. I would be surprised if in any way we were going to lose track of these recommendations. So appreciate both to staff and also to our reviewers for bringing our attention to these matters, and we need to follow through on them. So thank you. Can I move us please then on to our next item, which is the LTP assumptions and BAS. I think this is your time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So this paper is about the significant forecasting assumptions. For those of you that haven't gone through an LTP before, so this is a requirement in terms of legislation. So we're dealing with a 10-year plan. There is some uncertainty in the future, as you can well imagine. And the way we deal with that uncertainty is through assumptions. And we have to articulate what our assumptions are and also talk to, what the risks are in terms of those assumptions. Legislation is quite specific about some of the assumptions that we have to do. So, the assumptions around financial estimates, the life cycle of assets, how we fund the replacement of assets and so on and so forth, and whether there's any uncertainty, and if there is uncertainty, we need to state that and then also talk to the potential effects of that uncertainty. So that's what the requirements are of us. We obviously make assumptions that they're a little bit broader than that, depending on the situation. So you'll find other assumptions in the appendix that go beyond that, which is quite normal. We've already had one conversation with most of you, certainly all councillors, through an LTP workshop a month or so ago around some early draft assumptions, and they related to population, the financials, climate change, Three Waters, and Let's Get Wellington Moving. We've done further work, and there's some additional assumptions that we'll be putting to you and to committee later on, and they talk to asset valuation, interest rates, the cost of borrowing, and so on and so forth. So it's all outlined in the appendix. So what you have here is a suite of assumptions that we plan to use to underpin the LTP. And what we're looking forward to is whether we've got the approach broadly right. What I will say is that in the appendix, they're kind of bucketed into two areas. So the ones in the front are the ones we've done quite a substantial amount of work on, and we've got quite good recent data to support those. And the ones that sit towards the tail end of the appendix under the title Other Assumptions are still being worked on. So in some instances, we're still waiting for some data to arrive. But we wanted to show the full breadth of assumptions that we plan on using to underpin the LTP. Last thing I want to do is just make a small apology. So as part of publishing the document, some of the text got a little bit wobbly. You know, I think you might pick that up on page 79, right? So I do apologise for that. So there's only 2 bullet points missing, and the first bullet point just says let's get Wellington moving. The second bullet point says 3 waters. All the rest of the text is there, but unfortunately it has all run together. So I do apologise for that. But in essence, it's kind of it's all covered. And if you need any clarity in that on that page, I'm happy to provide it. But I'll leave it there. I'm happy to answer questions. Finance people are online to be able to answer any question, and so I'm not an expert on all assumptions, so we have other experts in the room as well that'll be able to help with answering any questions that you guys may have.
Before I take, thanks Baz, and look, your apologies accepted by the way, it was a bit of a, can I say it was commented on before the meeting, Baz, so thank you for the apology, and I know that sometimes publications get a bit wobbly. Before I take your owner's call, can I just check the timeline, just so that we have that as we go into the questioning time? You said clearly you've got 2 groupings. I've recognised the other forecasting, the assumptions, the other forecasting are as important as the ones up the front actually. You said more data. What's the timeline for, I mean, assumptions always move, don't they, right up until the day we adopt the LTP, but in terms of moving them from other into your main assumption level, what's the timeline you're going for?
So we want to pretty much settle on most of it before the end of the year in terms of the calendar year. So a lot of it has to underpin the budgeting that we do. And in essence, where we're at is we want to have a really good draft of the budget before we leave for the Christmas break. So we'll be looking to close those out before Christmas. But of course they are live and things do change, right? And so we'll monitor all the data sets all the way through. And while we've got a committee date, I think early February, to kind of get committee to sign off on them. The reality is even beyond that, we will keep monitoring the data right through to June, really. But we want to do the substantive work before Christmas. Yep.
Brilliant. Thank you. Iona.
And look, this is a really valuable piece of work just to see what the assumptions are. So the first one, I was curious why there was so much certainty around Three Waters reform and Let's Get Welly Moving, given we're 3 days out from a general election where a 100-day plan has been published by the likely winning coalition. So, sorry, Rebecca. It hasn't happened yet. But, you know, there seemed to be a high degree of confidence, and I just was curious how you'd got to that point of view. You know, the polls have been pretty solid for some months.
Yes, look, did you want
to? Yeah.
I think probably the in terms of the Three Waters one, the level of certainty, I take your point, but it's probably reflective of there's a very clear legislative framework and guidance from central government around how Let's Get Wellington Moving should be treated within council's long-term planning, and probably that's reflecting that, but I certainly take your point.
Yeah, although we'll still continue with some. The population figures, the ones that were given were at the 50k, not the 80k level. I was just curious, is the extra 30k just for some flex, basically?
So there's a couple of things in that space. So normally we operate within a range. So we operate within the 50 to 80,000 range, and so we have, and the entire region works through Sense Partner. So we have a model that tallies up regionally, which is I think really important to do. And at the moment, so they do it on an annual basis. At the moment, it's sitting towards the lower end, so it's sitting in the 50s rather towards the 80s. I think that reflects the fact that we've had a reasonable amount of uncertainty in in the migration settings. So these were done last year. Obviously, the borders have opened up substantially, and we've got record inward migration at this point in time. So this is one of the ones we'll keep a watching brief. We keep talking to Sense partners, and we're looking to have an update when we get closer to the draft being finalised early next year.
Cool. And my just last questions were, look, for me, future economic growth was missing ratepayer affordability and economic impacts of climate change. So I guess the question there is, is it possible to add more assumptions in as we go through the process? The chair may frown at me, or just at least to expand some of those things, because I think affordability is an issue that a number of people are concerned about.
So that's the point of this exercise. So that's why we're here today, to get your level of comfort in terms of whether we've got the right assumptions to underpin the LTP or the development of the LTP. Just recognising that some of the things that you've mentioned will be covered off in the financial strategy and other parts of the LTP as well. But certainly we're happy to take feedback at this point in time to see what needs to be updated and added.
I don't really want to do an amendment, but is that the process required, or can we just keep providing feedback?
I would presume we keep providing feedback. No, seriously, it's a good question. I think I was party to an email with Andrea when the papers came out. It might have been from you, Tony, around some of the assumptions, and I think that's already been passed back to staff. So I think the key thing must be here, Baz, as you say, we feedback to you. If we think something's missing or changed or needs to add, you get that email. Absolutely. Tony, you've got a question or a comment to make.
It's question time, so it's obviously a question. So I've got a couple of questions. First of all, in terms of the asset revaluation assumption, these are percentages, but what is the total value, current value of our assets?
I can possibly answer that question. It's Andrea here. The total value of our assets in our annual report, which is yet to be is yet to be fully audited, is around the $10 billion mark.
Okay, thank you. And the second one is around the population. The population has a total amount, but of course we've got Let's Get Wellington Moving, which is planning to have a high concentration of population along the city to Island Bay. What is the assumption in the long-term plan about where this population is going to go?
So there is a bit of work underway in that space. So it's quite normal for councils or territorial authorities to receive the baseline data in terms of growth and then to do some supplementary work based on plans that they've got underway to understand precisely where that growth will go in the city. And I think that's something that we still have to do. There is a future development strategy that's currently underway that we're working on with the rest of the region that is specifically looking at what the population in terms of where it's going to go, not only in the region but within each city. That's currently in train, and I can't speak to the exact timelines for all of this, but my understanding is that the draft will be finalised in pretty much a month's time. That then goes out for consultation. We have to give effect to that, and so as a consequence, when that comes through, we have a look at that data and we can make any necessary adjustments that we need to do. Like I say, what we've currently got in there is the baseline SENS partners data that we're using for any modelling and forecasting that we currently do, and we'll look to other pieces of work when required to make any updates that we need to do.
Okay. And one last thing is really, hopefully it's a simple question. We've got inflation, and a lot of the numbers are like 1.8%. But when we look at our asset revaluations, a lot of them are between 4 even up to 8% per year. Why is there such a significant difference in the asset revaluation expected versus the inflation rate?
I'll actually pass that one to Andrea.
I can hand that, yeah. So those are dated numbers, Councillor Randall. What the sector does is we get our inflation figures from Burl collectively. So those old numbers, we are waiting for the update, and we'll also look at that in accordance with the revaluation figures as well. So again, this is a key area where we need to update the figures based on what becomes available in the lead up to Christmas and beyond.
Okay, so thank you for explaining that these are the first statements, early statements that we're going forward with. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Yes, Wendy.
Yeah, just a question. Thank you for the paper. It's my first time around the LTP process, so it was excellent to see how the thinking's sort of structured and things. So just a comment there. My question was really about, once again, maybe this was coming reasonably new onto the committee and seeing the strategic risk appetite statements there, how they get integrated into the future decision making that happens in the LTP process.
So perhaps I don't quite understand the question. Do you want to understand how we assess the risks associated with these assumptions?
Yeah, against the council's risk appetite statements that were, well, some of them which were approved a little while ago. I mean, Stephen, you know that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe if I give that a go, and then Baz can perhaps add in. So the LTP has its own kind of risk assessment working alongside it, right, in terms of the risks that we need to identify as part of the financial strategy, the infrastructure strategy, and then reflected through into the consultation document. So those risk appetite statements are good backdrops to informing how we form those things up, and there's a very close synergy and kind of overlap with what we would be saying in the LTP versus those risk appetite statements, and that's kind of an ongoing piece of work, but you'll see that come back, or at least the council will, as part of the infrastructure strategy and the financial strategy, and then eventually the consultation document calling out those key risks. But Baz,
yeah, I mean, the only thing,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think risks is assessed because the LTP is made up of lots of different components, and risk is assessed in regards to all of those components. Certainly, with the assumptions, there is, it's very important to be transparent about the assumptions and the risks that we have in that space, because they can have a meaningful impact on the budget. So this is an area where we call out those risks very specifically as required by legislation, but then also any mitigations that we might have in that space. So
yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, I like the risk information there. I was just trying to sort of work out how that it sort of linked up with what is considered acceptable or not, and previous, I think that the risk appetite work, I think there were discussions about how it's integrated into your decision-making framework, so that's fine. So it's an input, Stephen,
yes,
into
I think
LTP and separate.
Yeah, we need to go back and check across those risk appetite statements to make sure we've got one seamless story.
Yes, and if I could add my bit to that, Wendy, one thing I'll be looking at as chair is taking our strategic risk appetite, our strategic risks and our appetite statements and our proposed mitigations, and I will want to see how the LTP addresses those, so that we get that integration. Otherwise, those strategic risks are meaningless, which I know is not the case. So it has to have those strategic risk statements have to have meaning for the form, ultimately the final form of our LTP. Otherwise, it's, as I say, it becomes meaningless. Any other comments, questions for Baz or Jeffrey? There aren't? That's good. Thank you for that. So I think the key message here is this is still live. And I think in the way you've said it, and Ione, you sponsored this, you'd welcome more feedback if we have it as we go through this process. I suspect as you have your workshops, you're going to continually be coming back to the state of these actual assumptions, which may or may not have changing levels of certainty as far as that's concerned. Obviously, this Saturday being one of those areas we a degree of certainty out of the process. Can we move? If there's no other questions, can we please move to the resolution, which is that we receive the information and we note the forecasting assumptions we presented back alongside the LTP consultation document following Audit. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Ray. Is there any discussion on the motion?
So,
You're welcome to make the lead off, Tony.
So, thank you for this, Bruce. So, we're really getting into the long-term plan now, and audit and risk has an important oversight role along the process. This is one of the first bricks in the wall, if you like, or foundations, as these assumptions. The long-term plan is obviously a very big project, and we can't deal with everything at once, and I really thank the officers for flagging what we're assuming. Assumptions are just assumptions. They can be questioned, they can be wrong, and obviously when we get to the whole thing starts to come together towards the end of the year, even some of the assumptions will have been adjusted so that we get a full picture. I want to draw people's particular attention to 3 or 4 particular assumptions. One is the asset revaluation. We have now got $10 billion worth of assets. And that's actually up from 7.7 billion, from the last long-term plan. This is a big consequence for the council. It means that we have, in value terms, more assets to keep repaired and maintained. That affects our depreciation, and that is a cost that people want to prioritise. So. But it's an increase, and yet another of these big increasing costs we're trying to juggle, and also we have to really cover it in terms of insurance in case the big one hits or something like that. So again, this is another consequential thing. The council is responsible for a lot of stuff that's, I would also note this big revaluation is mainly around Three Waters, so it may go off our books or it may stay, but we certainly have to deal with it. We're still responsible at the moment. I would flag the population. I do think we need to make a decision where we're going to put our people, and that's hinging very much around Let's Get Wellington moving and whether it goes forward or not, and that seems to partly hinge around what the new government thinks. And lastly, I'm just conscious of the interest rate cost of borrowing. We've assumed that we're going to maintain our credit rating. It's an important assumption, and hopefully we can fly. But we're flying quite close to the limit. We're on negative credit watch at the moment, so people are a little bit concerned about the level, and yet we've got a big capital program where they're committed to deliver on. So I just think these bits of information are really important for the public to know, and it is a key piece in terms of them understanding when we get into the substantive things around the rest of the long-term plan. So thank you.
Thanks, Tony. Any other comment? Ray, right of reply?
I'll reserve it, thank you.
Oh, you can't reserve.
I think we have actually got to the end of it. I'd like to put the motion, please. Can you take your clicker, please, and vote? Oh, did I not vote? I'm sure I did. We did. Thank you. That's carried. Can I suggest that we take a break, please? Thank you for your work this morning, being reasonably meaty, as we always knew the agenda would be. Can we take a break, please, and reconvene at 11 o'clock? Thank you. Mark, I wonder whether you'd like to come to the table too, because I think we've got some comments from you, which I think would be helpful for the committee as well too, please. Baz, this might be slightly impromptu, but as we are learning how to integrate having the OAG here as well, I was talking with Mark yesterday and it seemed there were some good points that I think, Mark, are generic to the sector but are relevant for us as a council preparing an LTP to hear as well. So what I'd like to do, Baz, is let's hear from you and your paper, and then I'll invite Mark to raise his more generalised comments about LTP planning. Jeffrey, you're in the hot seat, are you?
Yep.
Well done, thank you. Welcome to the meeting, and look forward to your input.
Thanks. So, I'll just do a very brief introduction to the paper. Take it largely as read. I guess so this paper is a follow-up. We came and talked to you back in February about the overall approach to the LTP program, how we were going to be approaching it, and the overall sort of risks and controls that were in there. And this is an update 8 months on from that as we start to get to the business end of the LTP and how we're tracking. So sort of stepping back and looking at the program overall, from our perspective, we're tracking well. We're significantly more advanced than where we were back 2021, the last time around that I was involved in the LTP, and a lot of that I think is around just having a lot more of a better understanding of the underlying work that drives the LTP, having much more progressed than where it has been in the past. So things like our outcomes and priority statements have been progressed and approved through committee. We've had a much larger program of proactive community engagement, particularly around the Citizens' Assembly around the priorities and what we're looking to do, and also just the underlying information has had a lot more work, so the quality of our asset management planning has lifted a lot. We've got a lot more sort of work around the balance sheet review, has progressed a lot of thinking around our financial strategy, which is going to directly inform financial strategy development. And then other bits of work around, like our Wellington Ward have done growth studies. We've got a lot of that growth understanding through our open space and our community facilities. The working and analysis on that work has progressed to a point where it can much better feed into our LTP decision making than where it has in the past. So overall, it seems a more positive place to where we've been, so we've been continuing on in terms of the overall program controls that are outlined in the paper. The steering group now, I think, is at a point where it's meeting weekly in terms of working through the content of the LTP, but also exercising those understanding around the management and governance controls for the program. So that's progressing well, and the paper, take it as read. That's where
Great.
we're at.
Look, no, thank you for that. And I would like to say, let's hear from Mark, because I'd like us to come back to and focus on what is the role of this committee, which are the risks. And you've noted particularly, I think if I've read this correctly in paragraph 36 through 38, some of the ongoing challenges of the approach, but you may introduce new risks, Mark. So some comments from you would be appreciated.
Look, thank you, and through the chair. And look, in talking to Bruce yesterday, we thought it'd be useful for me to share the office's thinking around areas of focus for the upcoming audit of the consultation document and the long-term plan, and also what I call critical success factors for the successful delivery by council of the consultation document and the long-term plan, because it's a very different document. It's a forward-looking document which has a different set of risks as compared to your annual report. So look, I don't need to tell you that this is probably, it will be the most challenging long-term plan that council will embark on in the 20 plus years since we've had this legislative framework in place, primarily because of the economic challenges that council face, but also the uncertainty that you've got, and there's already been reference this morning to the uncertainty around water reform. We're still in that space, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And what does, the reason I raise that, it actually raises the level or ups the ante in terms of what I call the purpose of the consultation document and the long-term plan. And this is really fundamental because your auditor, Karen, who is in the room, will be issuing an opinion on your consultation document and your long-term plan in the new year, and she will be forming a view as to whether those documents are fit for purpose in accordance with the Act. So it's worthwhile reflecting on what does fit for purpose actually mean when these are issues that this committee will have to get its head around, and Karen will have to get her head around when she issues that opinion. And in the context of a consultation document, we go back to 93B of the Local Government Act, and really the question for this committee is, does your consultation document provide an effective basis for your ratepayers to effectively participate on the proposed final content of the long-term plan? So what does that mean in plain English? It actually, and this is where Karen will be focusing her mind, and this committee will be focusing their mind as well. Are you engaging with your ratepayers on the matters on the things that actually matter to them, the material matters? Are you doing that in a way that you present in terms of those affordability conversations that you will need to have? Are you presenting real practical options with a clear understanding of the implications on ratepayers from a perspective of rates, debt and levels of service? Are you doing that in a way that is actually understandable? Can a reasonable person understand that? And that's an art and not a science, to actually take really complicated issues and turn them into a document that the public can understand. And last but by no means least, and you've had your assumptions up for consideration in the previous paper, but that conversation, is it supported by assumptions that are reasonable, are complete, are supportable, and actually are integrated and consistently applied through your projections, through your levels of service, through your performance framework? And is it supported by quality underlying information? In other words, do you understand condition and performance of your critical assets? Absolutely fundamental to that conversation. And is it supported by an infrastructure strategy and a financial strategy that are actually strategic? But actually an infrastructure strategy that clearly presents the challenges and the risks that you have with respect to your infrastructure over the life of that infrastructure. And secondly, the funding strategy, a financial strategy, is it a coherent strategy that it clearly articulates how you will fund what you need to fund over the course of the life of those assets? And these are the same messages that I've been giving to the sector. These are the same messages that I've been giving to our auditors through training. So a real focus on purpose. Purpose supported by quality assumptions, quality underlying information, quality strategic documents in the form of an infrastructure strategy and a financial strategy. The other message that I've been giving to the sector is in regards to your performance framework. So, and this is not a comment on Wellington, this is a comment on the sector generally, but performance frameworks across the sector have not really advanced to any great extent over the course of the last 20 years. And that is because there is a bit of a mantra from both auditors and the sector that if it was good enough to get through last time, I'm talking about the performance framework here, it is good enough to get through this time. And I'm actually challenging the sector on that. This is your once in a 3-year opportunity to actually look at your performance framework from the perspective of the community, and this is an accountability document for your ratepayers. Can your ratepayers meaningfully assess your performance when it comes to the core, what I call dimensions of performance across your core infrastructure, across your regulatory area, across your community areas? So it is a real challenge for the sector. And with regards to that, the office is about to publish in early November good practice performance reporting in local government, which really picks up our observations from the last round of long-term plans and points to what aspects that councils do well. And there's a lot of good practice out there across the sector, so we'll be sharing that with you when it becomes available. The final comment I will make is really around what I call critical success factors for successful delivery. And the first point I've got is actually governance and oversight. So it's actually really pleasing that this committee has oversight of the LTP work program. Absolutely critical and fundamental, because the role of this committee is to provide confidence to your full council that your risks around the production and delivery of a consultation document and long-term plan are being effectively managed, and that is the role of this committee. The other thing I would say when it comes to critical success factors, given bearing in mind my comments around purpose, about having that plain English conversation with your community about the things that matter, is actually having the right people in the tent in the production of the long-term plan. So ensuring that your planners, your finance people, your engineers are all in the tent, but please don't forget your comms and engagement people. Absolutely fundamental, given my comments around purpose and having that conversation with your community. And final comment I'll make is actually, goes back to my opening comments, it's a very different form of document. It's a very different form of audit. You can only successfully deliver an audit of the long-term plan and the delivery of a long-term plan if there is timely, real-time, two-way communication. And I say two-way communication between yourselves and your auditor. It's very much, I think Tony used these, the assumptions being the bricks. I sort of talk about building blocks. The LTP is based on a number of building blocks, and the assumptions are absolutely critical to that. But it's actually your auditor involved in real time as these building blocks are delivered. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mark. No, I appreciate that, and it is a good reminder that while we're donkey deep in workshops and dealing with and Rebecca, you can probably speak better to this than I can, the issues of developing stuff, there is a bigger game or bigger prize that we've got here, which is community voice, the purpose around the CD, and ultimately the strategies that we land on. So I'll open it up for questions. Firstly, I want to remind while it's a sense of star attraction here, Mark, we also have a very important report here from Jeffrey and Baz in terms of actually how things are progressing, and there's some risks attached to it as well. So thank you to all three of you. Ray, I think I saw your hand up. You're welcome to raise your question.
Thanks very much, Mark. Much appreciated. I'd like to ask you about, you were talking about the performance criteria that we look at every 3 years, and so you're saying that it could be well timed to examine that, periodically before the 3-year period starts again. Do you think that one of the major criteria for maybe changing that or adding to that are external factors? So external factors that haven't been considered before?
Through Chair, could you clarify the question in terms of, do you have an example?
Okay. Yep, sure. You're talking about the performance criteria. So you're saying that we've been following the same performance criteria because it's worked previously. So therefore we just churn it over and we use the same criteria again. But you're saying that when we examine that, we should be looking at other things. We should be re-examining that. Now, is that because of external factors that it may be happening, which would affect that criteria?
Not necessarily. I would sort of put some context around this. I mean, my comments are in relation to the sector generally. I'm not making a comment on Wellington here. I would have to say that local government is far more advanced than other public sector entities when it comes to performance reporting, because they have been in this legislative framework for 20 years and has been supported in regards to core infrastructure by what we call the DIA mandatory measures that are in there, which actually do go to, in the main, what I call the critical dimensions of performance when it comes to core infrastructure. But there has been this mantra, as I say, this culture across the sector, or accepted practice that, say if it's good enough to get through last time, it's good enough to get through this time. I think this is your once every 3 opportunity to actually reflect on that and actually assess whether the framework is actually fit for purpose. I suspect your framework when it comes to core infrastructure is fit for purpose. I think my comments really go to what, the non-core or the areas that probably don't get a lot of auditor attention because of materiality, but, some aspects of your community and regulatory space. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Ray. Look, Stephen, I think you'd like to make a comment, please.
Yeah. Just to give the committee reassurance that that piece of work is being worked on at the moment in terms of our KPIs and the overall framework and the alignment through to the outcomes that have already been signed off. And a number of improvements have been identified, and we'll be bringing it forward. It's that one chance every 3 years, as Mark said, to have a good look at it and not just roll it forward. Last time round we made quite significant changes to our KPI structure. I think we had it well over 300 KPIs and brought that back down to 90. There's not necessarily a magic number, but it comes down to what Mark was saying, making sure that those KPIs actually pinpoint clarity around being able to assess the performance of the services that we deliver. So just to reassure the committee, it's definitely in the work program, and it is coming through as program to come, I think, later in the year.
Thank you. Diane and then Tony.
Thank you, Mark. Just a couple of questions. First up, when you talked about, that the consultation documents fit to engage with the community, obviously we have a diverse community as well, but when I look at who pays the rates, about 43% the general rate is commercial ratepayers. So just wondering, does the Office of the General give any guidance? You can talk about community generally, but do you have any expectations on certain groups of the community in terms of what your expectations in a consultation document?
Through the chair, our expectation is that you are engaging with your community on the things that actually matter to your community. And when you say your ratepayers, yes, your commercial ratepayers and your residential ratepayers. We don't have guidance per se on what makes a good consultation document, but we do work closely with organisations such as Tautoda New Zealand, which do put out very, very clear guidance in this space, and in fact push it through their training mechanisms. So they will be able to point you to which councils do it very, very well, and some councils do it very, very well. I'm not big on, although I am aligned to less is more in terms of there's no ideal number of page numbers in the space. It really, some councils are very innovative in the way they don't use a lot of words but use a lot of graphics. When I read these documents, I read them not as a technical person but as a ratepayer. Can I clearly see as a ratepayer whether I'm commercial or residential or what part of the community, what is the impact of what council is proposing on myself?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And just my second question was, this LTP comes up every 3 years, and we talked. You talked about the performance framework to monitor between the years. Have you got any comments or views in terms of being aware of real-time financial information? Because I think that's one of the things that we're thinking about is how do we get real-time forecasting or how things have changed in between the 3 years rather than having to wait till a 3-year cycle to come round to actually understand the current state.
Yeah, well, very much in terms of the intervening years, the reporting back, the office does have a view on good practice around regular reforecasting in those intervening periods and reporting through to councils.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tony.
Yes, I'm excited is probably not quite the right word about your new report, but I'm certainly very interested to see what it says. Pity it's a month away. I just wanted to ask your comment too in terms of getting good engagement with the public and our residents around consultation fatigue, because this is a big thing if it were being done by itself. And have you got any particular comments about whether the council should maybe try and shift other stuff around to make sure that we're just focusing on the big one in the 3-year sort of consultation that's sort of in another order of magnitude in terms of importance?
Look, to be honest, I probably haven't given a lot of thought, so I wouldn't want to give a knee-jerk reaction to that, but I'm conscious of the issue around consultation fatigue for the public. And so it's something that councils do need to think about, how they get that consultation out there in a way that's sort of innovative and engages with parts of the community who wouldn't normally take part in these processes.
Yeah. Yes, and it's good. And so, and my other question really, and you sort of partly already covered it, but I just put it to you that it's all you're in the middle of a whole set of engagements across the sector, and anything that you from the middle can help us by saying this is what good looks like, would be very advantageous to us, because I know officers work really hard, and I think this city council is pretty proud of its engagement processes, which I think are reasonably high quality. But any ideas that you've seen, if that could be possibly part of some of the reflections back on who else has done it well or even better, that would certainly be helpful.
Yeah, well, certainly through our training, and Karen will be in a position to share this with you, but we point to those councils that actually do it very well. And we have got councils out there that do this very, very well. And if you go to the Taitoda website, you can see which ones those are who did it well. And it's really that councils who, so it's not necessarily a page numbers thing, although I say do subscribe to less is more, but they use graphics very, very well. They use lots of white space very, very well. It's not a difficult read. You can read you can read a 40 to 50 page consultation document, which sounds a lot, but you can read it quickly and you get a really good feel for the issues. Those are the councils that do it well.
Could I maybe just give a little bit of assurance in terms of our LTP program? We've got a dedicated work stream around community consultation, and so these issues and that been talked about are very front and centre of our thinking in terms of how do we make sure we've got good, clear space in terms of the conversation with community at the point when the LTP is going out, in terms of we're actively looking at what other consultation documents have looked like in the past and trying to get that best practice brought into how we do our consultation as well. So this is very much something that we're consciously thinking of alongside with, we've got our communications teams involved in the development of the CD and ourselves, and we're actively thinking about how we resource it in the right way, what it looks like, how we present the information. It's very much front and centre of the LTP program thinking as we move through to February, when we'll start pulling it together.
That's great. That's great. Great to hear.
Jeffrey, I just wonder if I can just look at your paper very quickly. One of my key interests is in this being in front of the risk committee is actually what are some of the barriers, challenges, what are some of the risks to actually program delivery. It doesn't sound like anything here is super redlining for you in terms of stopping the process or preventing the process, but you raise some issues around capacity, and you do raise under 38 what I would say are some risks around how do we have effective councillor engagement, how do we have effective engagement with the community, and yet how do we deliver at the same time? Is there any amplification or comment you'd like to make on those risks which you've identified there, which may or may not come up in terms of this program and delivery?
Not particularly. I guess I just echo the comments already made in terms of the environment that this LTP and the challenge of getting this LTP in terms of the financial constraints that are facing councils and Wellington City Council as well, obviously, and the complexity and the uncertainty of the environment. I think it will create a much higher risk in terms of the ability to make decisions and push through the decisions that need to be made to land in a consultation and an LTP. I think we'll need to do it anyway, but I think it also just heightens the importance of the assumptions. So when you have an environment with high uncertainty, it creates a greater level of importance around having very clear assumptions and disclosures to the community about what those risks are and what those uncertainties are, so they can have those as an informed part of their decision making and feedback on the proposals that we're making. So the previous paper and how we talk about risk and uncertainty through the consultation document, through our financial and infrastructure strategies, I think are going to be key. And these are things I guess we're consciously thinking of and building in. I don't think it's, the risks to everyone.
Got that. I think I'm looking for a bit of assurance.
Yeah.
Paragraph 36 is about actually have we got enough people on the ground doing the work?
Yes, I think we do.
That's what I want to get at. We've got enough people on the ground. You're monitoring weekly, sorry, not monthly, Stephen help me, weekly, and it's under control.
Yeah, there's frequent conversations about the resourcing, and so for the likes of our infrastructure strategy, we've brought in some external support around the drafting and facilitation of that. We're getting some independent QA and review around those documents to make sure they're coherent and connected around the financial infrastructure strategies. We're drawing in, like I said, that from our communications team, resources in to support the delivery around the consultation document and building out that community engagement. So it's something that's I think it's always an ongoing challenge, and I think across the sector there's always risks. There's key person risks through the LTP in terms of individuals are having to do a lot on delivering some of these documents, but it's just something that is a constant point of management.
Yes, Jeffrey.
I'd just leap in there in support of what Jeffrey's saying. I chair the steering group with Andrea's right by my side in terms of our financial team. The way that we run this is truly a cross-council kind of engagement with obviously all the right people involved, but that engagement with our business leaders is fundamental, and they have been involved in that process. Time is always a challenge because there's a lot of work to do and we never ever have enough time, but I think we're well organised, we have a clear plan, and we're doing our best to stick with that plan, as Jeffrey said. It is something each week from a steering group perspective we look at in terms of what are the things that might stop us getting there, have we got the right resources, what are we going to do if some of those resources are elsewhere, and we have backup plans for those eventualities. The LTP is not the only thing that we're working on, and I guess that's the thing that kind of keeps me awake at night, in the sense of all of the things that we're running. The LTP is kind of the biggest show in town right now, but there are other big shows as well. So that's the thing that we're constantly managing. One of the things that we changed, actually probably coming out of the last LTP, was to dedicate a team within Baz's group to work on the LTP. So it's, kind of in some councils they gear up once the year of, kind of a year before it, but we've looked at this as a 3-year rolling program so that we're not kind of running out of time sprinting at the end. And I think this time round, you've seen some of the early delivery of whether it be the community outcomes stuff, our efforts on asset planning. I think we're a long way ahead of where we were last time round, and we needed to be. And I'm sure the next LTP will make further improvements.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that advice. I'm going to take that as sort of greeny amber in terms of a risk, but obviously it's active watch, and that's comforting to know. Can I move us to the recommendation, which is that we receive the report? I'll move that from the chair. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, John. I don't wish to speak to my motion. Do you, John?
I don't wish to speak to the motion either.
Thank you. Can I ask you to take your clickers, please? Rebecca, it's you're planning. Okay,
I'm very briefly.
Oh, Rebecca, you can see what I'm trying to do here.
I do, and I'm sorry. I'm not I'm very acutely aware of my role here as an observer, and so I generally I won't talk, but I just wanted to briefly, sort of as chair and through John, I think acknowledge all of the work in the team. I think that we are, having this being my second LTP, this is streets ahead of where we were previously, and I just wanted to acknowledge, having been there on Saturday at the Citizens Assembly, what an excellent engagement process that has been, and what a useful tool that is going to provide us, and to do some sort of innovative work in this area that gives us engagement on the big issues from a genuinely diverse and engaged and informed group of Wellingtonians. I'm very excited to use, and actually already it is helping my thinking as we go through the levels of service workshops. So I just wanted to sort of thank the team, and I guess also that we're so far ahead of where we were previously. I feel that new councillors have been given a good grounding in how these structures and processes will work. And I also just want to say I think that it works very well to have a chair of the committee separate from the mayor, having been through an LTP chaired by the mayor. No offence, Mayor Whānau, but I think it's really good to have that kind of dedicated role and be able to work together, and I feel extremely well supported by the team to sort of play that governance leadership role. So just want to give some sort of kudos, and these are very challenging conditions, and that point is not kind of lost on anyone, but I feel that we are very well supported and are doing a sort of methodical getting through these key decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. That's really encouraging to hear, and thank you for your contribution on that. To hear that is good. So it's not without heavy weather in front of us, but I think what I'm hearing is we've got the structure and controls in place to meet the challenges at this stage with the best intention, with the best chance. Can I ask you to please take your remote and vote, please? Oh, where's my? Pardon? Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much. I wonder if we could move to the item 2.4, which is the recommendations. Richard and John, welcome to the meeting, John. Could hear your thoughts, and then I'll open it for discussion, please.
Kia ora anō. Just like to introduce John Daly, who joined Council in July this year. He heads up the internal audit team, so is responsible for internal audits and tracking those recommendations. Just a very brief introduction. The purpose of this is to give you assurance that plans are in place or being considered for all the internal and external audit recommendations that have been made over the years. And it's a generally good news picture that we're painting. The purpose of bringing it to this meeting is the external audit recommendations certainly complement the work that Audit New Zealand is doing, and Karen will report back on.
Thank you. John, is there anything you'd like to say to your report?
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Rightio. Do I have anybody with questions on this report? John, I do. And this report is actually really important to have on the day when we're looking at the draft annual report, which is actually your attachment 2, which is dealing with legislative compliance. Because by the 25th of October, Tori, you and Barbara have to sign off that we've complied with legislation. And here goes an important part of the value of internal reporting and assurance around our legislative compliance. So I'm wondering, John, if there's, or Richard, whether there's any general comments you'd like to make about it. I've read through attachment 2. We're saying there's a sort of a partial compliance, which makes some sense. But I wonder if you could just give me background. How did you develop the schedule? Have you looked at all legislation? And this is the rump end, if you will, of where we're challenged to meet every aspect of legislation.
Sorry. This was a piece of work done by the team. They started off with a schedule of, I think it was 91 different acts. They've gone through, done a self-assessment with the appropriate Tier 3 managers, and they've come through with a schedule of non-compliances here. Generally speaking, we are dealing with a better picture than we were last year, where I understand there were issues regarding protection of children, those types of concerns. So I think we are dealing with an improving picture, but there are some concerns in particular around timescales of kind of responding to applications for resource and building consents.
Thank you. That's good. So what I'm trying to, this is because I was in Timaru on Monday and I thought we had 90, not 91. So perhaps there more doesn't matter, mate. I'm making a joke here. But I mean, well, we can find them down to 90. That would be good. So look, I mean, I am just trying to labour my point here that we've got a sense that out of the 91, we're down to these as being the areas of a level of openness to challenge, if not improvement. Richard, it feels like you want to make a comment.
I think this is answering your question. Out of the 91, we work with the legal team to work out which are the key acts that we really need to draw down. Bearing in mind, we don't look across every clause of every act.
Yeah.
These are the key.
No, I take your point that you do it on a risk basis. Fair enough. Iona, you've got a question.
Thanks, here too. The financial reconciliations work, sorry, it just leaves a question for me. What's the process for fixing that?
Can you just refer to which point are you referring to, Iona?
I am looking at page... On recommendation relating to financial reconciliations has not progressed since August 22. It's been due to staff turnover and resource constraints, but there hasn't been any sort of... And this is what we're going to... It's quite a long time.
This is about the provision of advice and guidance to the PSR teams around kind of delivering that. As far as we're aware, the reconciliations are taking place. It's a kind of provision of a work instruction or kind of documented guidance on how best to deliver that.
So when's it going to be done?
We are currently looking at, well, we've extended the action for a further 3 months, so we'll follow up again in December this year.
Okay, it's just good with the reports, just to, just say that's all good. And sorry, just remind me, the Building Act compliance, less than 100% for meeting the statutory timeframes. How's that working in practice? Because it's obviously not ideal.
I can talk to that. So the 20-day turnaround is the bit that's not being complied with some of the time. But the IAN's accreditation of the building consenting process earlier this year gave them a good bill of health. So this...
Perhaps I can just add some commentary there, Iona. The particular area, I think, is in those complex buildings where we need engineering advice, and that's been a particularly challenging area to actually attract the right expertise. So that's where that's where those timelines are particularly extended, not in the everyday kind of straightforward building consent. If Liam was here, he would be able to add some more detail, but from my recollection, that's where what's driving that particular issue. And you'll see that come through actually in the annual report performance.
So maybe that's a point for the Mayor to talk to the government about, that, there needs to be a certain level of time for the more minor things, but for the big complex projects, then you might have a bit more flexibility. The problem is, of course, where you have the cut-off, but nevertheless, 20 days isn't a long time for a big project.
An interesting point there, Iona, is that the 20 days is a statutory prescription, and we might anticipate a different performance level, which goes back to the prior paper as well. We might do that with care. Diane, you've got a question.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether this is sort of related to the annual report, which is in public excluded, but I really just want to, in terms of this internal audit report back, is that, as part of that, have you looked at our annual report process in terms from a legislative compliance? I couldn't see it any specifically, but it was just when the chair mentioned about, that I just wondering whether you had any views or comments. But it may not be as part of this specific.
I can't recall all the acts that we look at, but can I get back to you on that one? I think we.
Can I just suggest, Dan, we actually will cover that this afternoon, or this afternoon, when we deal in PX with the annual report, because it's actually a particular requirement on our auditor to report on legislative compliance around the annual report, but it's also our own duty, and we will have some comment on that later today. So hold that question, and let's raise that in terms of PX. Any other questions, please? Yes, Wendy.
Not sure. It's a question, I guess, just about the process you run in assessing when due dates get extended. So I was trying to sort of get a sense of time frame when it is going to be completed and actually potential impact on control environment. I was getting a good picture of progress, but not some of the processes that you probably operate to sort of decide whether to extend the due date and what's causing it. So is that something, it obviously sits behind the scenes, but you've got a process to make sure things aren't just being extended without due reason?
I believe that's the case. I'm not the subject matter expert on this one. It would be Liam who could answer better. Just point to the fact that the IAN's accreditation earlier this year gave the building consent team a good bill of health. So.
Right.
Thank you. Do I have a person prepared to move the motion that we receive the update on management progress? Do I have a mover, please? Thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Any seconder? I'll second it. Okay, Tony, we're fine. Can we take our voting machines, please, and vote? Thank you, John. Thank you. That's carried. Appreciate that. Right, into action tracking, and
Chair, perhaps I'd take both item 3.5 and 3.6 together. Nothing particularly notable on the action tracking to draw your attention to. And our next meeting on the 29th of November is kind of what I'd describe as more of a more of a standard meeting with our standard agenda items. You can see them set out there. Again, relatively full agenda.
Yep, that's good. Any questions or comments to Stephen on either of those two items? Thank you for suggesting we take the two. I would just want to note, I was going through this with both, firstly, the actions tracking. Insurance remains a big issue there, but of course it's on our November deadline, and I think that's important because it also feeds into your work around the LTP as well as one of the key issues. So that will be useful. Sorry, I'll just finish my final point, which is I've also gone through the 29 November meeting, Stephen, at this point, at this high level, and I'm comfortable with where that program's going. So I think I've got comments firstly from you, Tony, and then I think I saw Iona's hand up.
Oh, yes, I just want to note that in terms of getting legal update, I mean, I think that's something that is an important element of this committee, and normally I would expect, unless there's a reason that there is no legal update, I expect it to be on the agenda, just to note. I know it's happening today, but just as a point.
Yes, just to answer that question, Beth's going to attend for the annual report conversation around that assurance around any particular issues that need to be noted. And because this meeting was originally principally focused on the annual report, and we've added obviously some other items in, we didn't have a kind of our regular litigations wide update, but you'll see it there for the 29th of November.
Thank you. Sarah, that was Iona. I think you had a question.
I did ask Liam yesterday, but Stephen, the insurance, mine went up 35% this year. It's probably not atypical. So I'm just wondering, I was going to email Bez, but is it possible to get some information about what's happening across the city? Because what is probably going to be happening is that insurance is going to start levelling with rate levels, like and the Deputy Mayor was telling me about a property that hasn't been insured in Whiwhero Bay. Like, there is a very, very big issue. And in terms of how then ratepayers and all residents can afford to live in the city, obviously every city is dealing with this, but it's just good to get some citywide specific info.
Just to be clear, the insurance roadmap update in November is about, relating to our insurance rather than the wider city. I'm not sure that's particularly on any agenda, but...
No. I'm just using it as an example. It's quite... but I guess the point is that it does impact on the city if people have got significantly higher costs, or at the point we are probably not that far off of people having to abandon properties. So you're taking it on with high risk. So can I just encourage you to at least...
We'll have a think about how best to address that.
Yeah.
I think that if I could add my tuppence worth, that's a really a very interesting and important point, which actually I would think would be very close to the assumptions and some of the broader things that you're considering for your LTP, particularly that A word, affordability. Yeah. So I think it's not directly for us, but I think it's worthwhile noting that there may be some broader community information available, which would be valuable as you contemplate the LTP decision. Right, can I, if there's no more questions, can I move us to actually the joint resolutions, given they're both the same? We received information, so that is both of the action tracking and also of the program. Thank you, Liz. I've seen that. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you. Iona, could you please take your voting machines and vote? Does that suggest I'm a Luddite? I don't know. Perhaps it probably does. Can I move us to page 135 of our agendas, which is the motion to move into PX, primarily to deal with our draft annual report, which will include legal risk updates. I would note that we are asking our auditors to stay for that as well, which includes both Mark and indeed Laura. So I will put that motion. Do I have a seconder? Thank you. Thank you, Liz. Is there any discussion on that motion? There's none. I'll put it all those. Oh, no, take this and vote, please. Right, I'd just like to keep moving. I'm not quite. What time have we got? Oh, the food is here. Laura, thank you for being here. I don't know what you're going to take away from the day, but actually even just some of the short stuff that contributions we've had, really marked from you, that Laura, I'm sorry that's been only marked today, has been authoritative and valuable for us as we look around the corner, particularly to what's inside the LTP and your point about purpose. And a warm invite to be able to be here whenever you can. We value it. You've responded to a request from us, so we're very grateful that you have been here. Thank you to the committee. I do appreciate the fact that you've all turned up today. You've lasted the distance, and hasn't always been easy, has it? But I do appreciate that you have committed yourself right until the end. Recognising you have a meeting now in less than an hour's time, can I suggest that you join me in saying the Karakia, please, which I think is on the screen. Unaunahi, 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 kei te uru tapanui. Kia wata, kia mama, kia naukau, tana, te wairoa, e te aratatuku. Wrong. Whakaria aki ki ronga. Kia watea, te rua, ua watea. Thank you very much. I'll declare the meeting closed.